Hello viewers, today we're going to be dismantling a General Electric, I believe Fashionaire is the lineup name, air the conditioner. This is a General Electric AGCE710AAXT1 air the conditioner. It is a 10,200 BTU machine. And I believe this dates back to the 1970s, I think. If that's not correct, somebody provide a constructive comment with the correct information. I'm going to try to get this dismantled fully tonight so we can clean it tomorrow and put it in tomorrow. I really want to get a little bit of use out of this year. We're already into the second week of August, and air conditioner season is very, very quickly coming to a close. I wouldn't be surprised if we use the air conditioners less than 5 more times for the remainder of the year. So, I want to see if we can get this in and enjoy it before it gets cold. Well, before the weather gets cold. Hopefully this gets cold, and that's when we will do the enjoying. So, I've never taken one of these apart before. I have absolutely no idea how it comes apart. But I see some screws, so we're just going to start dismantling screws and see where we go from there. I imagine most of these screws should still be good because they're going into plastic, at least towards the top. These apparently have a design flaw where they hold a tremendous amount of water. So even though they're plastic, there can still end up being some pretty substantial rust issues, which is a shame. But we'll solve that. We'll put a drain in place. These have the visible rear condenser fan, which I think is super cool. That is the exclusive reason why I want to use this, just because it looks so cool from the outside. It looks nice from the inside too, but so do a lot of machines. I think that this is one of those rare cases where this is a real significant standout in terms of aesthetics from just about all other models that I've worked with. Okay, it looks like the top is going to come off first, and then we'll see where we go from there. Those screws appear to all be the same. Okay, it's still held in place up front, so we probably have to, oh shoot, we probably have to get the window kit off, which we don't really need anyways. We just need the top bar. Even that we don't really need in the kitchen. This is going to go in the kitchen. These side panels are still good. I just don't have a use for them. There's a lot of what looks like oil on the back of this one, which is kind of strange. I don't know if that's the plastic rotting away or some kind of a spill. Whatever it is, I don't really like it. I think that this should just pull out and then turn. I hope we don't want this to break, because even if I can't use it, there's gotta, or I don't need it, there's gotta be someone out there that could use this. Okay. That is a lot of bolts. I think I'm going to get out the electric screwdriver at this point to speed things up. Not that that's my forte. It's actually kind of a joke to think that I'm going to speed something up, but I will try. Kevin's not here to help me go even slower, so maybe we can make some progress. Although if Kevin was here, everything that we did would get done right the first time, even if it takes forever and a day. Alright, these screws are a little bit larger than the default. These are 5/16. Oh yeah, that's great. What a stupid way to measure bolts. I hate inches and fractions. They can all go fart in a bag as far as I'm concerned. They're stupid and confusing. Okay. I don't know why this has so many screws. And this is all very sticky. I think that this is rubber deterioration. I'm not going to use this for the installation because I don't need it, but again, we're going to keep it because there might be somebody out there that could use this someday. Or maybe I will install it somewhere else someday where we need it. But for the kitchen install, we don't need it. It's just making things gross. Okay, so that's great. I don't know what that is. I think it's plastic deteriorating. So we're probably going to have to take the top bar off as well, and that we will need for the installation just as a backup. With the new kitchen setup, the machine will sit on the chain, but I think it's good to have the top bar as a backup. I wonder if this side is going to be sticky as well. Oh yeah, this side is sticky as well. That's great. I hate when things are sticky that shouldn't be sticky. You know, glue should be sticky, tape should be sticky. But air conditioners should not be sticky. Why so many screws? This really is kind of excessive. There's some kind of plastic washer there that's falling. Whoa. Okay. Both sides of this are very, very sticky, which is super unappealing. Alright, we'll set these aside. I'm not sure if I should try to wash them or not, because if it's plastic deterioration, then it's just going to get sticky again and the washing it will be pointless, because I don't have a need for it. So I'm going to wash something that's sticky just to let it sit in storage and then become sticky again anyways. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Okay, so let me get the rest of the screws out of the top bar here. And now let's see, if we take this top bar off, will this open up? It will. Okay, so that's open now. Let's set that aside for washing. Now, how the heck does the rest of it come apart? This appears to all be one piece. And this is stuck to here with some kind of sticky glue. And it looks like it's all one piece on the bottom, so how on earth does this come apart? Is this just a full-on, like, clean and service nightmare or what? I think this might be just a complete clean and service nightmare. Is this... It seems like the whole unit sits inside this plastic tray. No seam there. That can't possibly come out the front. There's no way. Whoa. Tell me I have to pick it up out of the... Really? And this is General Electric we're talking about, so there are no boundaries to how cockamamie the design could be. But I mean, it's going to be nearly impossible to get this apart. I think that the whole machine has to lift out. Yep, it does. The whole machine has to like lift out of this. Okay, so this is going to be quite the challenge to do by myself. Wow, okay. What would be the best angle to do that at? Because you can't you can't put it on the top because it'll bend the coils. I guess we could put it on the back. Can't put it on the front because it'll bend the coils. Can't put it on the side because it'll bend coils. I guess we'll have to put it on its back. Well, I guess there really shouldn't be any surprises here because it's GE. And although they make great equipment, the designs are quite often completely ridiculous, like we are seeing here. We've got a nice 2000s fetters. Here, we got to clean up tomorrow too. I'd like to clean up tomorrow. That one's not as critical, but I would like to get to that one too. Alright, I'm going to move this onto the floor, which is kind of difficult because this is heavy. This is very heavy for a 10,000. I wish I had started with this on the floor, because now this is a little more risky to move because it's not, you know, the whole thing can just slip out of here if it so desires to, which is not great. Okay, so I'm going to turn it on its back and try to slip it out of the case that way. I don't like tilting it like that because now weight is being applied in all sorts of places where it's not really intended to be. And maybe there's a better way to do this I just don't know about. If there is, feel free to leave a constructive comment explaining how to do it. Oh boy, that's pretty crunchy in there. Not good. Not good. Okay, so we have this, which I don't know where this was. It's just a piece of metal. Doesn't seem very important. And then we have this mess inside here, which we'll have to cancel out. Alright, so actually this, aside from slipping that out, this isn't all that bad in terms of clean and service. At least from what I've seen so far. It can certainly get worse. So, I guess we should just vacuum this up right quick so we're not working in a mess. Had to go pretty quick because the breaker was overloaded because the air conditioner is on. It's too much current. Okay, so now we've got that out of the case. Let's tip this back up, and so there really is not a lot of interior access at this point in time. So let's see if we can get that top portion off. I think this is a separate unit here. Those screws have seen better days. This insulation is actually intact and it looks fairly clean, so I'm going to try to preserve that. This machine was not very moldy to begin with, it's just dusty, so I'm not worried about there being mold on those pieces. We still don't have a lot of interior access. Okay, that's all plastic. That's okay. That's insulation in the back. I don't really want to get that wet. The blower is plastic and it could probably use a cleaning, but I feel like it's just going to get super convoluted to try to get in there to clean it. And the condenser, the air flows out this way, so the dirt's on the inside. So we really have to get to the condenser somehow to do some cleanup on that. And I'm not really sure what the best approach is on that one. It doesn't look all that bad. Well, if we can get this part off, that might be good enough. Whoa. That's a nail. I don't think that goes with it. This appears to be stuck on the bottom left here. I'm not sure on what. I hope it's not a bolt, because if it is, that bolt is long gone. And that's some kind of a, that's not good. That's some kind of a bolt there. And it doesn't exist anymore. It's kind of broken off on the other side. I wonder if we could just break it off on this side too. Well, I don't know. It's rotted away enough we can probably just cut it off, whatever's holding that in place. It's not doing its job anymore anyways. So I think we're just going to cancel it out. It almost seems like a piece of plastic that's holding it in place. I think it was. Huh. Well, another strange design. Brought to you by General Electric. Alright. So we've got... Where the heck is the compressor? So we've got it open now. Interesting capillary tube design. These designs are so eccentric, but you can't argue them because they just plain work, and they work pretty good too. which is the interesting part. They work really good. Alright, so there's the fan shroud. We can set that aside to be cleaned. So now we've got access to inside the machine. And I'm wondering how the heck we're going to move it around though. I want to get it outside so we can flush out the coils. I'd like to get deeper into the evaporator chamber, but I feel like at some point it's going to be an item of diminishing returns. Looks like we can potentially take the control panel off in one piece. That might be worth doing. It seems easy enough. Nope, there's a screw holding it on from the bottom, which is facing up as far as the threads are concerned, so that's connected on the inside. Or is it down here? It's right there. Okay. Okay, so this is detachable. There's a stupid vent stem thing there. Is there a benefit to removing that completely? I'm thinking not. I would like to lift up this whole top plate so I can get into the evaporator chamber here. Because there is some dust that needs to be cleared out. That's rock solid still. Oh, okay. Why is this stuck in here? That didn't give me a whole lot to work with. It's got this stupid, dumb vent control. These stupid vents were featured on all these air conditioners, and it's such a worthless, useless, pointless, dumb feature. It does nothing. It just gets in the way and causes problems. I wonder if that's detachable. It might be. Let's see. Okay. This is crazy. Very, very intricate here. And this foam, that's still good. Okay. I'm not going to mess with that then. I'd like to get this whole piece out, but we're definitely starting to work with an element of diminishing returns for sure, because that is connected to there, and that's plastic. I wonder if that's separate. This has to come off somehow. I'm just not sure that I see it coming off with any reasonable degree of force. Well, a couple screws deeper, and I think we're gonna just try to clean it as is, because it's not bad. It's not moldy. Just got some dust in there. That's pretty solid. I think that's part of that. It's welded onto there. Well, that might be our stopping point. That's not as far as I would have liked to have gone, but I think from a practicality standpoint, that might be it. And there's the compressor. Huh. Very interesting. Compressor's right there. So, does that mean that we can we check the terminals on that compressor? I would be very surprised if it's not copacetic, but let's check it. It's not the right size. Where's the universal driver? It's missing. I don't like when tools go missing. The universal driver was not put back where it belongs, and now we're paying for it. Okay. I have a bad feeling I'm going to regret taking this off. Mostly because I just don't foresee getting it back on. It's not really enough of an opening here to get this off. Well, this might not come off. This is a pretty lousy working situation here. The overload looks fine, but I haven't gotten to the terminals yet. Okay, got that off, and the terminals look good, so we'll just put it right back on. No point in messing with that. There's nothing to mess with. But I always like to check it because you never know. You get wires that burn off and terminals corrode and stuff over time, so it's always worth checking, even if you just do nothing besides look at it, which is all we're going to do here. In this case, we're going to look at it and get irritated because there's no way to easily get this back on. And here's where I regret taking it off. Those poor GE service techs have to put up with this stuff. Okay, I got that shut. Hopefully that never has to be opened again. Okay, so at this point, yeah, this evaporator chamber is not coming apart today. Heck, are there like rocks in this thing? Well, I think we've gone as far as we're going to go as far as disassembly is concerned. If the motor has oil ports, I'd like to oil the motor. I don't know if it does or not. It does not appear to. Is it ball bearing? No, it's sleeve bearing. I don't see an oil port on there. There we go. Yeah, it's a little dirty right here where the stupid sling wheel is putting all the water. But other than that one area, it's really not too bad. Yeah, I don't see any oil ports on that fan motor, which means that's a full rebuild. Actually, you know what? I wonder if the fan motor comes out from the back here. looks like it might. Well, if it's a matter of undoing just a couple of wires and screws to get that out, I'll pull it out from the back. And make it easier to move around too, because then it won't be so heavy. Alright, let's see if we can get these bolts undone. It would be convenient to take the fan off, but I don't know if that's going to want to come off because that shaft is very rusted. That might be a battle not worth fighting. I'm not sure it's going to offer a lot of benefits beside just making it easier to reach the what do you call it? The bolts. Trying to put something together that'll give us the longest reach. I think I'm just going to leave the fan on. I don't think it's going to be a benefit to take it off. Alright, how does this work here? I'm not seeing what I thought I had. That's what I wanted. Okay, that'll give me decent access to that. And those are... No, this is not what I wanted. It doesn't help me. That's just not quite enough. I can probably do it with this, assuming I don't need too much torque. This kind of stinks. I wish this was back on the table now, because I can't kneel anymore. I've exceeded my kneeling capacity for the day. I might have to put this back on the table. Not that I want to be picking it up and shifting it around in this condition very much. I need to convert this. I'm having a massive brain fog moment right now. I've used this a million times and now I just can't assemble this for some reason. What the heck am I missing? Something I'm missing here in terms of how this goes together, and I'm just not sure what it is. It's getting kind of frustrating here. I don't want to use the common screwdriver because I'll never get those screws lined up again. I may have to put it back on the table because clearly I'm not going to figure this out in the next 3 seconds. So put it back on the table. Just have to be very careful as we do that. Nothing to hold on to on the bottom. It's very awkward to move this without the case on because there's no bottom. It's weird. It's a weird air conditioner. Okay, that's much better now. Now I can reach it and you can see it. So there looks like there's there's 4 screws. The motor bearings are in very good condition, so I'm not worried about tearing a motor apart for service. But I want to clean the blower wheel. There's no weld points on that motor anywhere. Okay. So I need something that will put this. Well, this one's too big though. Where's the small one? I don't think I'm going to get enough torque to break these free. Well, they're not that stiff. Okay, I think we'll be alright with this setup. This one's tight. Probably most rusted because it's at the bottom where the water sits. You know, because that's great. Water and metal and electricity all make a great match. No, this is the worst one. Maybe because the suction line was dripping on it. Man, that is tight. Yep, it is all rusted out from the suction line dripping on it. Okay, well I guess we gotta undo the cord wires harnesses now, and I'll have to detach the wiring from the control. Yeah, getting these realigned is going to be fun. Very, very fun. Putting this back together. Oh, I can't wait. But it'll all be worth it. The machine will provide likely decades of reliable service to come. Okay, at this point I think we should take the wires off So we're going to have 3 speeds. This is all taped together for some reason. Maybe we can untape this. I wonder if that's factory. It might be. Okay, so we should have 3 fan speeds, a common, and a capacitor. Looks like all this. Okay, so the white is common, which is logical enough, but we're going to write it all down anyways. Always write it down, because otherwise you might forget and then it turns into a freak show. A freak show that's very easily avoided. Okay. So the white. That's labeled, so we're not worried about making a diagram for that on the capacitor, because the capacitor is labeled. I suppose we should probably test the capacitor too before we put it back. Make sure it checks out properly. It probably does, but might as well check now and save a lot of time later. Why is this not coming off? There it goes. Okay, so now we have 3 non-distinct colors going to the not to the fan, to the switch. That's kind of frustrating. Oh man, I can barely see the difference between these 3. That's not good. That is not good. So call that one gray, is the capacitor. Switch, we've got, take that off the capacitor now. Okay, on the switch we have, with it upright, we have, looks like this is red, black, red, blue. Okay, I'm going to take a picture of this in case something stupid happens to the piece of paper. Okay. Now we'll detach all these wires from the switch. All these terminals are in very good, clean condition. Very, very minimal corrosion or anything. Which is nice to see for a change in pace. Usually this stuff is always so rotted out and corroded by the time it gets to us. Oh, that's the problem. Still got the clamp there. Okay, so we got all the fan wires out. Now one more screw should release the fan, I hope. I don't see any more screws, so why is the motor still locked solid in place? That has zero interest in even budging. Yeah, there's no way that's disconnected. It's 100% connected to something else still, which means that was all a waste of time. That's a little agitating. I don't see what it's connected to though. I wonder if it's just stuck from time. I have a feeling it might just be stuck from time. I don't know, that's... I feel like we're going to break the motor mount before that comes off. I'm not convinced that that's freed. I have no idea why it's not, but I'm not in the slightest convinced that that is free. I don't see anything holding it in place from this side. I think it's just stuck from the sands of time. Oh, wait a minute. I think we might have gotten it. Yep, we got it. Okay, it was just stuck from the sands of time. Now it's free. Okay. Yeah, the blower's pretty dirty. It's worth cleaning out, for sure. Maybe over the winter we'll do a tear down on the motor and oil that. I mean, for now it's showing no signs of needing to be lubricated, but it definitely feels like a sleeve bearing to me, so it should at some point be lubricated. Okay, so we've got that out. Clean that up. And now we have decent access to the interior of the evaporator chamber. So we can clean that out. We can clean the coils pretty good. The coils look good on the inside, so I'm not too worried about that, just the outside layer where the air comes in. Looks pretty good in there. It's pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's just the insulation, a little bit of rust just made it stuck over time. Okay, well I think we're ready to transition to some cleaning. It looks pretty good now as far as cleaning accessibility. So I think tonight I will chip away at some of the internal aspects. I'll clean what I can clean inside the fan, some of those outside cover pieces, the front grille, and then tomorrow we will clean the coils during the daytime so we can actually see that better. I could do it fine at night, but the camera doesn't pick up good under the high pressure sodium just because there's no color rendering. It's like CRI 20 or something, very poor. So I think it's better to clean the coils during the day. So that's what we're going to do. Make good progress on this. We've got this, it's much lighter now, so I feel better carrying this, moving this around. Really there's nothing to grab onto besides this bottom frame, which although it is pretty rusty, it is still structurally sound. So we got to this one in time. This one is not rotted out. This one is still very solid. So that's good. We'll put a drain hole in and stop the rust from getting any worse. There is definitely some decent corrosion going on here, but it's not beyond what's salvageable. It's certainly salvageable. It'll still work good. Now there's some rust here, but nothing crazy. So all in all, not bad condition. So yeah, this is just, it's so awkward to move around because there's nowhere to grab anything. It's such a strange air conditioner. Oh, not good, not good, not good. Okay, well next, I actually might clean the evaporator chamber by hand and then just clean the coils with water. I don't think there's a benefit to putting water in there. It's not gonna help anything. We'll just clean it manually. All right, so we'll do a little bit of cleaning tonight, and we'll do some more cleaning tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get it in place tomorrow. I think if I get all the other parts cleaned tonight, and then just need to do the coils in the morning, I should be good to get it in place tomorrow. It's time to do some coil cleaning. These spine fin coils are intrinsically superior as far as, well, that's not very useful, as far as heat transfer is concerned, but the cleaning is not fun. If you have a situation where there's a lot of dust or hair or some kind of like a cotton from trees, you can burn it off with a torch. That's pretty effective. Otherwise you have to just use a fairly strong amount of condenser cleaner, which I normally don't like to do because that has other ill effects. But we're going to have to do that and hope for the best. This one's not too dirty. There's some dirt on the bottom right corner, and that's pretty much it. This is actually pretty clean, all things considered. I suspect this was a fairly low hours unit, but I do want to get a good cleaning on this. There's some dust on the evaporator. We'll do the evaporator second, just because it's kind of flaky to move this around and it's set up towards it. I think that this is the effects of the condenser cleaner on these gloves. These are all from the last couple of times I went to clean an air conditioner. And now these all seem to have been decayed. Not good. What the heck is going on with this? Tell me I gotta go get some new ones. Let's see here. Yeah, these are all just breaking. Huh. That's gotta be from the condenser cleaner. I don't see what else would be doing that, because they last just fine when I use them for cleaning inside, you know, just in the cleaning area. Okay, I think I got a good set here. And we also have to use a fairly delicate spray on the hose, because these are easy to bend, and once they're bent, that is it. There's no fixing it. At least not as far as I'm concerned. I got a new jar of coil cleaner, and it seems like it leaked in the package in shipping. The box is all screwed up, and you can see remnants of it on the carton, which is not good. I'll move the hose somewhat out of the way. It's not all over the hose by the time we're done with this. Some people have been saying that the cost of the coil cleaner has been going through the roof lately, but I haven't encountered that. This was about $35, which is what it usually is, at least from my experience. I have to rinse off this jug before I put it in my counter. I don't want the draw to get corroded, and it will corrode that draw. There'll be nothing left at the draw by the time we're done with that. I want to wrap the controls up in a bag to keep them dry. I forgot about that. I don't like when the switches get wet, because then they tend to kind of corrode. And yes, you can fix that, but why cause a problem that needs to be fixed? You can just avoid it. Stuff the whole cord in there. Okay, that's good. Now that can get sprayed carelessly and it won't get wet. That's mostly just down over in this corner where the dirt is. The lighting in here is trash. I gotta do something about this. Filming under here is just, it's almost impossible because the lighting is so bad. I don't know what to do about that. I gotta get like a massive spotlight or something put under here. There's a bunch of leaves and stuff here in the top, which I don't know. It's kind of coming out, but not really well. It just might not get all of this. So this is definitely going to be a situation where you're going to have a point of diminishing returns, because trying to pick all this out of here is going to result in the fins getting bent. So it's almost not worth doing. I think something like this is probably, that seems acceptable. Actually, that's working fairly well. Okay, well, we've actually got more of it off than I anticipated being able to. Well, that's good. I'm pretty happy with that. Not bad. It's not perfect, but it's better. All right, let's apply some cleaner. Now the dirt on this is on the inside, so we really want to get the spray on the inside. Fortunately, it's mostly just the one corner there that's dirty, because that's where all the water was slinging from the stinking slinger wheel. In addition to rot, it makes everything dirtier. This is such an eccentric air conditioner. It's so odd to me. I've never worked on one of these before. Yeah, there's some good dirt coming out of there. I think we're going to do another spraying here. You know what, I just realized I forgot to mix this. And I'm getting very inconsistent results because I didn't mix it. This is taking a lot of cleaner. I guess it makes sense because there's so much surface area. There's a lot of like tree debris in the top of this, which I just don't think I'm going to be able to get out. Which is really not ideal because that's all going to hold moisture, but there's only so much you can do with it. Trying to get as much of it out as I can. I'm getting a lot of it, it's just not being as thorough as I would prefer it to be. But it will be installed under an overhang, so it's not going to see the rain. I think at this point I've gotten a pretty respectable amount of that stuff out of the coil. There's still a few pieces here and there, but it's much better. I'm going to try to do a little bit more up here. I'm using a more concentrated spray on the nozzle. And you'll see on the bag that when the stuff flies out. Okay, we're getting a few more pieces. You just got to be very careful with how much is sprayed, how much pressure is sprayed. We're getting quite a few pieces to come out. So I'm inclined to keep going. Well, I think I'm going to leave it there. That's pretty good now. That's probably at least 90% of it. And I can still see more pieces in there, which is bothering me, but at some point it's not worth it to keep going. And I think we're at that point. Okay, so let's move on to the we'll move on to the evaporator now. And then we'll come back and do a good extended rinse of everything. running out of cleaner here. I have to make some more up. That doesn't even partially coat what we need. That's worse than I thought it was. I'll make sure I shake it this time. So my air is getting toxic over here. It's very stagnant. It's always windy over here. Now the one day that I could really use the breeze, it's perfectly still. 0 mile-per-hour winds today. Go figure. Make sure I shake it this time so it's correct. Wow, this evaporator is really dirty. Didn't look like it. Now, what kind of stinks is we can't spray it from the backside because the water won't pass through. So I guess we'll just try to spray it down as much as we can. Try to get the cleaner in there as far as I can, but with these types of coils, they're very challenging to clean because you don't have a clear shot through like you would with a regular coil. I think we've got most of the dirt though, because it looks clean on the other side. I think it all got caught in the front. This is about a 1:6 ratio of cleaner, which is about as strong as I like to use it. I think you're allowed to go up to 1:4, but it just becomes so powerful at that point. I think you're kind of walking on thin ice. It's coming out pretty clean now. I think we're good. Okay, let's begin the rinsing. Very important when you use this cleaner to rinse everything for a long time. You don't want an iota of that cleaner sitting anywhere on the machine once you're done. It just causes all sorts of problems. This top of this should be pretty well rinsed because of all that spraying that I did before, but we'll go over everything again. See, there's still some soap coming out. That's why this is so important to do this full heavy water rinse. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with the rinsing status now. So we'll go ahead and put this into the sun to dry it off, and then we'll move on to the rest of the parts that need to be cleaned. Oh boy. Hello? 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 Stupid. What's the point in calling if you're not going to say anything? It doesn't make any sense. This is pretty dirty. This needs a drain. This gets all grungy because water sits in here and it's not good. It invites mold and rust and a whole host of other things you don't want. There would probably be a lot more of these machines around still. These stupid slinger wheel things and this pooling of the water was not the case. Oh, I see where that piece of metal was now, or that piece of plastic, whatever the heck that was. I wonder what purpose that serves. Alright, we got most of the sludge out of there. That's good enough. Most of the outside of it.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Hello? Hello? You are a stupid, lying piece of garbage, idiot, dishonest, moron, dumb fool.
Okay. It was Alice Black again. Stupid. Unfortunately, that data sheet has been lost to the sands of time because it sits out in the elements. Okay, all that's left now is the fan motor and the fan. And the drilling of the hole too, that's very important as well. Bah. These motors, as far as I'm concerned, are waterproof because they are designed to sling water around, which is just great. But I'm going to cover it up anyways. But I'm not sure that they are resistant to coil cleaner. That's a whole different situation. I'm not sure what the best way to do this is. This is a little bit risky, but it's also very high reward if it works. That should pretty effectively keep everything dry. I think we're just going to send it. Oh, this is going to be a little bit difficult. It did not come clean. I mean, it did a little bit, but there's a lot of filth in there still. Well, we'll keep going with this, and then maybe we'll have to do maybe a couple more rinses will do it, or I might have to do a friction cleaning on this. This was seeming like it was going to come out easy, but I guess it was deceptive. Yeah, I think maybe another 2 rinses will do it. It's starting to come clean now. Yeah, one more should take care of the rest. Good. This is one of the most tedious parts to clean if the cleaner doesn't take this off. And I really don't particularly enjoy really tedious cleanings like this. Just takes up too much time. I'll do it if I have to, but if I can avoid it, I will. And this is successfully avoiding it. Okay, good. The blower wheel is clean. I don't even have to take it off the shaft. Excellent. Well, let's see how we did with the keeping the motor clean. I'd say we pretty much were successful with that. Yeah, water looks dry. That was successful. Just rinse off the interior portion here so it doesn't get wet. So it doesn't stay wet, or it doesn't stay full of coil cleaner. And for the blades, I'm going to clean those with melamine foam. Because they're visible, I want them to be very clean. They look nice. I do wish that these blades were white to give better contrast inside the machine. But I'm more for leaving things original than making it custom, so it's going to stay the whatever color it is now, because that's what it's supposed to be. But I do wish that it was a higher contrast color scheme. Also go over the motor as well. Get that nice and cleaned up. Very greasy dirt on there. That's kind of strange. It's not what's on the rest of the machine. So there must be maybe some oil, residual oil or something on there. Oh. Actually, might be in better interest to just leave that, because that's kind of a protective coating for the paint. Stupid slinger wheel. It's responsible for ruining so many coils. And not really gaining much efficiency in the process. Okay. Whoa. That's pretty good for the motor. I think that we're going to call everything clean. I'm going to clean the guard, front grille, inside. We got a little bit of coil cleaner left over, so I'll save that in here. This is probably out of the frame, but it's really nothing interesting to look at. It's just a small container full of coil cleaner. Certainly more interesting things have been seen. Okay, got that there, that's good. We'll use that for miscellaneous cleaning projects. I don't usually use that on an air conditioner, but if I have to just clean a little something here and there, it's handy to have. Alright, now we got to clean the jug very well. It's important to rinse this jug out because the seal will get deteriorated over time. Actually, the handle is starting to discolor because of how many times you've used it with coil cleaner. But this has been a good sprayer. I've had this for probably 8 years now, 7 or 8 years, and it's worked very well. Rinse off the whole outside of it too, so when I go to grab it later, I'm not getting full of toxic chemicals again. Rinse off the sprayer portion, and then I do like to fill it up with some water, some clean water, and run that through the sprayer as well, just to rinse the cleaner out of the sprayer portion. Enough to flush it out. Now this is ready to dry out and be put away for next time. And make sure the brush is rinsed off too. Otherwise it might deteriorate. Okay, the brush is rinsed. Rinse off this container of coil cleaner. That's clean. Very clean on the inside. Rinse off this melamine foam. Okay, now we'll go inside and clean off the grill indoors in the cleaning area. I'm not going to use any aggressive chemicals on that, just some dishwashing soap if needed. Here's what the coils look like in the daylight after cleaning. Much better. There is still some of that tree debris in there. I got most of it out, but it's not worth the risk of spraying it too hard and bending all the coils to try to get every last piece out. This looks much better in here. It's not perfect. There's definitely some corrosion going on, but it'll work better. These parts that look dirty are not dirty, that's corrosion. If you try to take that off, you'll just remove the fin. This is not an item of trying to make it look perfect. This is a task of making it better and good enough to work properly, which we have achieved. This looks pretty good here on the front. Almost perfect, actually. That cleaned up really nice. So now, before we put it back together, I want to check the compressor terminals to make sure they're still dry. And I'm going to clean this piece of plastic here with melamine foam. Okay, here we go with this again. We're off to a good start here. We don't even have the correct bit. This one is too small. So this one is a stupid 5/16 garbage, and that's too small. So we need this one, I guess, which is 3/8. And how the heck does 3/8 relates to 5/16? I have no idea without doing a calculation. That's why this is stupid. These dumb inches and fractional things are stupid. I don't recall that being stuck like that last time. It looks fairly dry, but we'll blast it with some compressed air to make sure it is definitely dry. On second thought, we'll just blast it with a leaf blower instead. I know that looks wet, but it's not. That's just the way it is. I'll dry this off too. So dang humid out here. It's taking a long time for the thing to dry out. Alright, now we'll put this back. Everything in there looks like it's in good condition. I don't see any kind of corrosion or anything. It's all very good. Okay, that went on a lot easier now. Oh, rats, that's supposed to go on first. Okay. Now I'll get the melamine foam to clean the chamber there. So we can clean up here while we're at it too. This is part of the air chamber, so we're going to want this to be clean also. This isn't all that bad in there. Yeah, it's actually a little bit easier just to get it from the going in the back here. I'm doing it this way because I really don't want to mess with that foam. It doesn't seem to be moldy, so I just want to leave it alone. Normally I wouldn't think twice about just dumping the cleaner in here and rinsing it out with the garden hose, but because all that foam is there, I don't really want to do that. Get cleaner on that foam. I also don't want this to fill up with water, because then the question is how to get it out, because you can't dump this, you can't tip the thing on its side like you normally would. because it just bent all the coils. And that's surprisingly clean. That will dry out naturally when we have the fan running. To absorb the bulk of the moisture, and then it'll air dry. Okay, I'm going to call that evaporator chamber clean. This is all pretty clean up here. Yeah, these things are definitely a bit of a chore to deal with, but it's a good unit. It's worth the hassle. And this is going to require some more, some detailing as well. It's in decent condition overall, but there is some parts of it that are starting to come off. It's a really nice, beautiful panel though. See if we can get these knobs a little bit better. I think that they're metal. We might be able to polish them with Simichrome, but they're cleaning up well enough. We can go back over this in greater detail if we need to once it's in place. That's good for now. Alright, let's get this thing reassembled. And I'm thinking that we might just do it here outside because it's brighter, easier to see. Yeah, I think it makes sense to just work outside. We got a better picture. I don't know why this is looking like that. That looks like it got too much coil cleaner on it. But I rinsed the living daylights out of that pipe, so it really has no business looking like that. I'm gonna go grab the bolts and put this back together. So we've got, I don't like doing projects like this over the course of 2 days because I tend to forget the way things were. We've got these 4 bolts to strap it down and these 3 bolts for the screws. And these bolts are they 2 different sizes? No, these are the stupid 5/16 trash. We're going to work here on the cart because it looks like it might rain. If it rains, we'll just have to roll everything inside. But I'd rather work outside, not pay to run the lights, than work inside during the broad daylight and pay to run the lights, which really doesn't make any sense. Huh, well, there goes the rain, so I guess we'll have to roll this inside. Or do we set up an umbrella? Y'all gotta be flipping kidding here. It looks like it's gonna be a very short passing shower. I think I'm going to set up an umbrella. I don't care about getting wet. The machine can get wet. It's just the camera that really shouldn't get wet. Okay, I think the sky is going to open up in about 15 seconds. Okay, I've got a umbrella here. Hopefully the stand doesn't tip over. It's always a possibility. Okay. Now the camera is dry. Well, it's still a little bit wet, but it's mostly dry. Okay, now let's try to get that fan motor in place. Yeah, I can see better out here. There's more lighting. And blower cleaned up pretty good. Certainly good enough. I do wish this motor had oil ports, but it is what it is. It's a nice quality GE motor. Okay. So the first screw is going to be the hardest because there's no alignment here at all. I think once we get one of these screws in, the rest should be fairly easy. Yuck. Gross. Okay. What is the best way to do this? I almost wonder if it's better to like hold the machine halfway off the cart so I can hold the motor from below, because there's just no way to hold anything. I might be able to get it like this. Yeah, there it goes. Now the sky's opening up. Okay, we got the one screw in there. It's been like Florida around here the last couple of weeks. It's been high, extremely high humidity, and then we get these random rain showers throughout the day, and then it goes back to being fine. Gosh. Why is this not going in? We got two screws in there. It should be lined up now, and it's just not. That's not good. Why isn't that going on? I think I'm going to have to pull this over to the edge so I can reach the motor from below like this. Now I can kind of hold the motor from beneath. This is better working angle. there's one left to go, which I should be able to easily start from the bottom now because I can reach the it. Okay, maybe not. I don't like putting this together wet. See that water dripping out there? There's water in between there. And hopefully, because this area gets pretty hot, it'll dry out. Lots of heat and lots of airflow. It should dry out. Yeah, it's raining pretty good now. I guess I now have an excuse to not mow the lawn today. Well, that doesn't change the fact that it needs to get done. Okay, that's the fan itself in place. Spinning freely, everything seems copacetic with that. Now we've got these cord router things to put. Hopefully this is still in frame. I can't see the preview screen anymore. Whoa. Is that hail? It sounds awfully metallic for rain. I think that's got to be some hail mixed in. Yeah, that's got to be hail. Oh yeah, don't work in the garage. You know, let's save the $20, not $20, the 20 cents of running on the lights for a half an hour.
Good grief. Oh, this is not the right screw for here. It's very loose. Oh, the other one fit and it was the same. It didn't grab at all. And this one here, it's a little bit longer. Let's try this one. Oh man. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, that one worked. Okay. The wires are held in place now. Go ahead and route these back through to the control panel. Alright, I think everything is good with the fan. I'm gonna go get some more parts. Okay, I think that this piece goes on first. Then we gotta deal with this stupid vent thing. Ooh, what a useful feature. Ooh. It's sunny again, so I knew that was just going to be a quick passing shower. Wasn't worth moving inside over. These have to go on to hold this in a couple of places. I don't quite remember where though. We'll have to see what makes sense as we assemble. Man, it just got like 10 times more humid out here. So we know that this goes like this over all these wires. It's not going down. That doesn't make any sense. Why the heck is this not going down? That really doesn't make an iota of sense. missing here? That really doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, I guess it just needed to be forced. Push it down with the force. I don't like to force things, but I guess sometimes it's necessary. Get out of here, stupid bug. Get out. Okay, now we have one screw on the back. Okay, so now we should get that piece of paper and put the control panel back in place. Put the mount capacitor, and then we're almost done. I have a bad feeling that we're going to have a lot of screws left over though. There's a lot of weird parts to this. But it is General Electric. They used more screws than were necessary. You could probably take out half the screws and it would still be fine. Okay, so according to this diagram, the white wire from the fan goes to the common on the capacitor, and then the gray, which I'm going to say is this, is the run. And then we have blue, red, and black for the speeds. So with this right side up, this right side up, it goes black, red, and blue. Oh, we didn't test the capacitor. It was working just fine though. We'll check the power factor when we put it back together, and then if the power factor is bad, then we'll have to check the capacitor. But I think it's fine. Okay, so now we've got to figure out this crazy thing. I think that this routes under there like that, under these two screws, maybe this screw and this screw. Okay, now this has to come in here, and oh boy, maybe I should have done that first. This has to connect, has to, it doesn't have to because it's a useless feature, but we're going to reconnect it. I think that was all it did. Yeah, but what has to happen is this cable has to get secured in place there. The outer jacket of that cable. So I think that maybe that's where one of these things goes. That screw is too long, it's pushing through the other side. This screw is kind of short. Was this the right? This is exactly why I don't like to do these types of projects over the course of 2 days, because then I forget where things were. Yeah, this will work. This is the screw that belongs there. Yep, that's better. Okay, I'll put this screw back where that other one was. Yep, it's pretty much just a guessing game at this point. Oh well. Alright, so that's... it came out... Shoot. Rats. All this trouble for a stupid, dumb feature that doesn't even do anything. How pointless. And that's not a dig on GE. All these brands had this trash. I don't know why. force in there. See if I can force it in there with a tool. And if not, we're just going to leave it because it doesn't do anything anyways. It'd be nice to have it working because it was working before, but it's exclusively in concept. It serves no valuable purpose in practice. So it's not worth getting flustered over. Good enough for me. And the camera's almost out of charge now. That's not good. It's only got 10 left. I don't think I'm going to make it in 10. Although we are almost done. These screws are irritating because they don't have the outer rim around them that prevents them from falling into the nut, into the driver. Like these, for instance, has this outer thing so that when you put it into the nut or the driver, it doesn't go past it. These just get lost inside there, and you can't use the driver to feed it in. These are terrible, terrible bolts to work with. Okay, that's as good as that's going to get. It seems like it's working. I really don't care if it is or not because it doesn't do anything, but it's there in concept. Okay, this is tangled. Let's pull this through so it's not tangled. So how does the thermostat sit? Actually, how does this even route in there to begin with? Does it really just go like that? And I guess if that works, I don't feel like that's correct, but maybe it goes like that. That would make more sense. Thermostat's in place, well, not in final place, but it's coming out where it's supposed to. You know what? These three, with those other bolts, I can see the parts where the paint was scratched off. These three are this one, and this one here. trash is working for whatever that's worth, which is not much. Okay, all the wiring is correct. Alright, we're just about ready to close this up, I think. This is thermostat probe. This needs to come down here and get attached to this, like so. You want to make sure this does not actually touch the coil. You just want it to detect the air, not the coil temperature. If it's detecting the coil temperature, it's not going to work right. That should be good like that. Okay, now we need to get the condenser fan shroud in place. This is becoming increasingly more difficult to move now that this top cover is on. Even less places to grab it from. Whoa, that was not good. That was almost catastrophic, actually. Okay. Now this is going to be a potential source of trouble because whatever was keeping this in place at the bottom no longer exists. There's like a little tab here on this side. I'll try to get it over that tab. Okay, there we go. But this side, it's pretty much gone. Looks like there might be enough for alignment purposes still, but it's definitely not as secure as it once was. Okay, actually that is a fair bit more secure than I was expecting. Make sure that's not something important. Well, it's important, but it's not important to me.
Alright, there's no more. There's only 2 screws left, so we did pretty good. Not many spare parts left at all. And now we gotta slip it back into the case. And I'm trying to think of how I did this. I think I had it. I guess it would have to go. How did I do that? If this has to end up like this. Oh boy, that's it's going to be quite the chore. And I still gotta, actually before we put that back on, we should drill the hole. We're going to put a fairly small hole because this is pressurized from the inside. It's positive pressure on the inside, so when we have the hole in there, it's going to leak out air that could be potentially being forced through the condenser. So use a smaller hole. I had to find out what that piece, I can see where it went now. That metal piece with the white junk on it. Where did I put that? I really can't fathom what purpose this serves. Here it is. This was glued right there. I just can't fathom what purpose that serves. I imagine it's got something to do with the stupid slinger nonsense. So I'm gonna I will keep it, but I'm gonna leave it out for now. And the drain hole. I think we're going to put it over here. Okay. This would have extended the unit's life by decades if it was done initially. But nope, it's got to be slinging water. Stupid no drip condensation, ooh, or dehumidification. Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's great if you want to replace the machine every 10 years. But if you don't want to replace the machine every 10 years, you want it to last, then it's no good. Alright, so this is confusing to me, and it shouldn't be, because it's not difficult. This is the bottom, so this has to end up like this on the machine. How on earth did I get that out? Did I put it forward? Can't put it on its top. Jeez, I really can't remember how I did this. Huh. I have no idea how I did this. I guess I'll just try and pick it up. I can't, I know I had laid it down somehow and slid it out, but I just can't figure out how I did that.
because even the front would have to, yeah, I have no idea. I don't know how I did that. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the video because I have no clue. Yeah, not a remote idea of how I did that. Well, this is, I'm not sure that should really be trusted as a handle though. For some reason, I can't figure this out right now. I don't, because when I slide it in there, I'm going to lose grip on the side. I'm going to lose grip on the back. I can only hold it from the front, and there's nothing really to hold it from that would not damage the coil. Oh man, this is so frustrating living like this. I can't figure this out right now. I've been fine all day, but clearly I'm not fine right now. If I tilt it upside down, then the top will get damaged. If I tilt it up like this, that doesn't help us because it's still because that's got to go over there. Can it? No, it can't possibly get put on the top because the coil will get all bent up. How the flip are you supposed to put this back in there? I can't lift it from there, can I? I'm gonna try. I can't believe that actually went okay. Alright, well, it's in. Is the fan still spinning freely? No. This is what I was concerned about because that shroud is no longer secured the way it's supposed to be. Okay, well that's the worst part, is getting that back in the unit as a whole. Put the top on there. And then we'll switch it on and we'll see how the alignment is. Stupid bugs, get out of here. Alright, let me get some screws. I'm gonna get the electric screwdriver as well because there's a lot of screws to go in there. We've got, let's see, those two are for the grill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There should be 8 probably. I'm only seeing 7 of them.
Well, let's see what we need.
Yeah, those don't screw in very far at all. Wow. I still have to clean the front cover. There's only 7 screws. I only have 2 spare parts left after all that mess. Is not bad. Especially having never done one of these before. So the only thing I'm interested in putting back is the window. For the window kit is the top bar. I don't care about the side panels in this case. I just don't need them. And they're all sticky anyways. There's a top and a bottom portion. And neither have been cleaned, so maybe we'll just wait on that. Let's shut it on and make sure that it's still working. Make sure the alignment's good on the fan shroud and so forth. It's much easier to move around now. Alright, let me grab the power cord. And we'll give this a test. The stupid bugs. I don't remember if this plug needs to be replaced or not. It might be, it's getting old. Okay, that sounds promising. Alright, maybe this is better than I thought in terms of alignment. Yeah, good airflow all around. This is a 50-foot cord, so maybe there's not enough. Actually, I don't think it's a 75-foot cord. Might not have been enough voltage. But it started up now. I'm not worried about it. That sounds pretty copacetic. Looks cool. I'm looking at the back now, and it just looks like that plate would have sat right underneath where the fan motor is. I have no idea what that's for. And I don't question GE. If something was in there, there was a reason for it to be in there. I just don't know why. Because I wasn't involved in the designing process, and it's not particularly obvious, to say the least. It's getting cold. There's a little bit of vibration coming from somewhere, but I'm not surprised. I feel like this is going to be a vibration freak show with all this plastic on here. Yeah, it's getting good and cold. And it's only cold about halfway up still. Maybe 3/4. Building pressure quick for a rotary. got a good variance to the speeds. I'm going to grab the cover and slip that on because it's just recirculating. We're not going to get a good test. I want to let it run for a little while before we go through the trouble of getting it in the window, because if it's not working properly, I'd much rather find out now than after I fight with trying to get it in the window. I don't hear that annoying whistling sound anymore. I'm not sure what that would have had to do with it being dirty, but I don't hear it anymore. Not at all. Huh. Okay, we'll let this run for a while and then come back and check on it. Seems copacetic though. It's good and hot out the back. There is some air leakage up in this area here. It's getting around the condenser, but it's not a significant amount. And most of it's going through the coil and coming out hot. Seems to be working properly. This is going to be a dehumidification powerhouse. Look at all that humidity accumulating on there already. Pretty cool. All right, let's go clean the front cover and then we'll put the top bar on and it'll be ready to install. It's only been running for a few minutes and there's already a stream of water running off the cart. Now granted it is like 100% humidity out, but it's still pretty good. Alright, so here's the wood grain portion. Very aesthetically pleasing. This is not as dirty as the other part. I've got the other part right here, we'll get to that too. As long as nothing weird goes on with the cleaning here, I think that we'll be able to, we're in a drought, I think we should be able to put this in place tonight. It's still 78% with high humidity, so we'll definitely get a good test on it if we use it today.
the heck? Alright, that was the easy part. This part is much more dirty. Much more dirty. And that looks like some kind of paint on there, perhaps. That's a bummer. This is not gonna clean up well. Maybe we can try some goop. Yikes. to get that fixed. Let me try a little bit of glue going on there. Looks like there might be some kind of sticky residue. Yeah, there was. Okay. That's an improvement. A lot of it, whatever it is. Hello? Hello? It's what? It's who? 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 No, I own a scam. You're a scam. It's not a car, it's a scam. It's a lie. It's a filthy, rotten, nasty lie. You tell lies to people all day. I don't know what this is on here, but it is very difficult to get off. Although it is starting to come off. It's almost like somebody started to clean this and then cleaned it with the wrong thing and it made it worse or something. Well, that's significantly better than it was. It's still not great, but it's better. This is struggling to take this stuff off. It's kind of rare. This is a very, very powerful and effective cleaning tool. It's not often that I find it to struggle. I don't know what that is. Okay, that's much better than it was. It's not great, but it's presentable at least. Unfortunately, that seems to be all over the unit. That paint splatter. Alright, and here's when we get into the really tedious part that I don't like, which is cleaning this grill off. Cleaning all these slats. These seem to be surprisingly clean. It does seem like a lot of the dust that's on this thing is storage dirt. It's not so much usage from, like dirt from usage. It's more of like dirt from it sitting. Yeah, this is definitely mostly gravity accumulation, not necessarily usage dust. Some of this is usage dust, but a lot of it's not.
Some of this on here is staining. That's not coming off. I don't know what that is. But I kind of tend to think if it's not going to come off with this, it's not going to come off into the ear either. And we can always do some more fine details on this later. Isopropyl alcohol might actually take this paint off and make this look better. I can probably get that off if I keep chipping away at it, but we'll do that once it's in place. I'm gonna run out of daylight if I keep playing with this here. The cover definitely will need some more work, but that can be done while it's installed. Here's the top bar. Let me clean this off right quick and then I'll put this on. I don't think I'm going to put the bottom one on. We don't really need it. In fact, it might be easier to install it without it. The way these windows are over here.
Okay, so this goes on here like this. And then we need 5 screws on the top. And I think that's it. That should keep it in place. And then we'll be ready for the installation. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. Make sure these are all the same type. Looks like it. Okay. Lots of cicadas tonight. I like the sound of the cicadas, very nostalgic. Do not like these screws either. These are the same as the other ones where they just drop into the driver. Okay, and leave the guard off because it's safer to install it without the grill attached. Other than that, we are ready to install.